Aqua. The very good aqua. Anyway, just not doing much really. Like I just woke up, so let's do something, I guess, instead of nothing. I want to fix this little I don't know what it is even. It's supposed to be like this fin sticking up out of the water, but in reality it just looks glitched. Like it looks like the fucking artist forgot to remove this part or something. So let's actually not forget and fucking remove it. Lines. I like them lines, baby. Hey, baby kick. I like them lines you got. Let's draw it while seeing the entire thing so we can like get a feel for how it impacts the bigger picture. Thinking something like this and then like this. Something like that is what I'm thinking. Is it the right color? Nope. Fuck. Oh, I hate when this happens. Where there's something that's changing this color. Or not. Yeah. The color overlay. Which means we need to disable that. Then isolate the color. Then we color pick it. Then we turn everything back on and now we can draw in the same color. A bit annoying. I wish there was a way to color pick where it just always picks like the base color without any effects, without any color adjustment layers. Just having it automated would be amazing. I can't be the only developer that religiously listens to the Katamari Damacy soundtrack. Like this shit just makes me happy always when I listen to it. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's make a game, yes. Oh, this is some of the most hype fucking music I know. Okay, I think this is just black shading I've used. Katamari Damacy. And for me, half of the experience when playing Katamari was of Katamari is I guess the right pronunciation, but honestly the best part was the music. I'm just going to say that real quick. Like the rolling was fine and all, but the music was what really kept me playing. If the music was shit, I would just not play it at all. It was shit game. Because it's kind of it's kind of a chill game, kind of a casual game, right? So good music is very important then. This is not round actually. I'm drawing it like it's round, but it's not. It's like this, and then it goes like this. You need to draw it a bit more to the left. Kita mari tamasy. Kita mari tamasy. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, yeah, it's a bit. One more orangey colors here, but it's very easy to do it too thick. This all looks so much better already. Well, hello, Steam. Don't mind the watcher of the desktop right there. He's just making sure the desktop doesn't get disturbed. Everything is right where I need it to be, and if anything changes, I will get an artistic meltdown, so you better not. Peggle, peggle. We play Peggle. I feel like there should be like a Peggle theme song. Or like, there's a lot of like animations about games, right? Like funny animations, but I've never seen a funny animation about Peggle. I feel like there's a big gap in the market. Let me Google this. Peggle animation. Nope, doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Nobody animated Peggle ever. Just a straight fucking gap in the market right here. Oh. Of course, YouTube recommends me this. If you know, you know. Oh. It's not something we want. Not something I need in my life. Oh. I think everyone has had this experience at school where somebody had to show it to them. You had this one kid, he was like pretty smart and pretty like, he was always studying and shit, getting good grades, taking school very serious, but then he would just show you shock videos every day because it was his definition of having fun, I guess. But like, you don't expect it from like this nerdy. He was also a social guy, right? He was not like completely friendless or something. So he was a nerd with friends. And he just loved showing shock videos to people. It's weird. I expected it more from like this random Clash Clown kid or something, or like just this weird kid. The weird kid or the Clash Clown should be doing that kind of shit, but no, it was just the likable nerds. Now we're all traumatized for the rest of our lives. Oh yeah, and fuck you, Martin. If you ever watch this, fuck you, Martin. Martin is the type of guy to like, if he's ever in a war and he witnesses like some of his fellow soldiers being like turned into mist, he would just like take a picture, like show it to people for fun. That's a little bit too insane, maybe. He is the type of guy to like just see like some random dead person and be like, haha, haha, look, there's somebody die. Yeah, this submarine now looks like good. It looks like good, yes. I like the yellow tint the highlight has. You barely see it from this distance, but it is there, and it gives this more like sunlight effect to it instead of just zop. Instead of just like white, because highlights are very rarely white. Like you get the white highlights when you have artificial light mostly, like for example, like inside a building, it makes a lot of sense. Or on glass. On glass, highlights are also pretty much white. Anywhere else really in there, just yellow, maybe blue. Orange, of course. Red also is possible. Dun, 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 dun. I like it. You can combine. You can combine a weapon that shoots with the ram, and it's kind of OP. I think it's not super OP, but it's kind of OP. Especially if you get like the grape shot, which is like this short range, high damage dealer. You can like bonk and then kill it. It's great. And even like just the cannon already, I can like bonk a crab and then shoot it and bonk it a few times and then he dies. Look at this move I can do now. Yeah, the dive ability is great. Thank you Lepo for all the advice, because it also made me realize I don't even have a proper like frontal weapon centered ship. It's not something he told me directly, but he told me like you should combine abilities with ships. So the dive ability is now combined with. Normally you could choose your ability, right? But now I combine the abilities with the ship. So if you choose the submarine, you always get the dive ability. You cannot choose it. But this also means I can like put all the weapon slots at the front, which would normally be shit. Because running into enemies is very dangerous and you cannot do it for that long, so makes it very hard to deal consistent damage. But if you can just dive at the last second, that kind of cancels out the entire problem with weapons on the front, where you don't have much time to shoot at the enemy you want to shoot at. So yeah, by limiting choice, you can sometimes do more unique shit like this. Like, it could also be fun if the player chooses the ability himself and has to like figure out, okay, with this ship, because I have 2 frontal slots, I want the dive ability because it combines well. And that's also fun. So in the end, my mentality is like, try to do both. Try to get some choice in there, but also limit a bit of choice so you can have some specialized builds like this. What are we doing now? What are we picking? I don't know. I'm honestly not thinking that much. I guess Spirit. Because you're gonna be close to enemies with the ram. I'm doing shitty fucking damage. I feel like I fucked something up and now the parrot is way larger than it should be. But I kind of think it is a way better starting size for it. Parrot used to be too small, that was the problem. People were always complaining that, oh lol, the ship doesn't have a body anymore. Look at those floating cannons. Anyway. People were always complaining about the parrot that the fire rate starts really low. And the duration also starts really low. So you end up having a very short window to use the parrot at the start. Which a lot of people found annoying. But I feel like that was kind of intended, right? I wanted it to be difficult to like time it properly. But what was not intended was that hitting enemies when it was up was also super hard because the range was just so short. And now I died because of self-damage. I should be working anyway, not playing. So yeah, sometimes people complain about something that you intended to be like that, but then the real problem is something else. Most likely. Because like the only thing that's true about all the complaints is that apparently none of the players could properly use the parrot at the start. So that's a fact. But if they say it's because of the fire rate or because of the duration of the parrot that's too low, then that's not necessarily true. Like, don't believe everything your testers say. Might be true, but sometimes there's like better solutions, like making the area bigger, for example. In this case, I think is a better solution. I'm a bit curious about the parrot area because I don't know why it is bigger now. That's a bit of an issue. Let's see if it has something to do with a different ship type. Basic ship hasn't changed, so it should just be like normal. Maybe the parrot area hasn't actually changed, but because some of the ships are smaller, the area feels bigger. Because it technically is bigger compared to your ship. Oh, look at that. That's how you should use the pet at the start. Like, just stay close to enemies and you will eventually get a big damage like this. But I think also a lot of new players have trouble understanding that they need to stick close to enemies for optimal XP gain. Like, I've had a lot of players that straight up just run away from enemies. Like, they see a lot of enemies and they're like, okay, let's run away. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I think a large part of that problem is that people don't really understand that they are playing against the clock. They don't really understand that it's a race. They're racing their level against the clock, essentially. And if you understand that, you know, okay, I need to stick close to enemies, kill as much as possible, and then win. And I still really don't have an exact solution, except for making like picking up coins like super satisfying, I guess. I also hope that if you die like once or twice just because the enemies are just too strong, I hope that at that point the player will start realizing like, okay, the game is not too hard. I am just not leveling up fast enough. But I'm afraid that most people will rather blame the game than blame themselves. Which is like a pattern I see in real life in almost every person in existence. Like a vast majority of people always first look to blame something else besides themselves. Including me, by the way. I also notice that whenever I make a mistake or do something stupid, my very first thought is, how could this not be my fault? And then I think about it for like 15 seconds and I'm like, oh, it's just fucking my fault. I'm just a fucking retard. And then that's what you should do as a human. Like, just take some time to properly think about it. Like, was it my fault? Self-reflection is what it's called. And it's one of the most important skills a human being can have. I think all bad things in humanity come from the lack of self-reflection. Because what self-reflection basically is you judging yourself, your own performance. That's what you're doing. Like, am I being useful for this world? Am I being useful for my people next to me? Or am I just being a fucking annoyance? And also, like, am I being honest with myself? That's also a part of self-reflection. Like, a lot of people have this error where they just kind of cannot imagine being wrong or something. I don't know, it's weird. Like, to these people, being wrong is like being weak almost. Well, not almost, it is like being weak to them. That's why they usually get really angry when you point out that they're wrong. They just get angry because, well, you're basically telling them you're fucking weak. And I am strong because I am right. That's what you're saying. At least in their mind. Yeah, I guess that's just the difference between logical and emotional people. Because a logical person will likes thinking logically. That's where they get joy from. So, I'm a logical person. Whenever I logically think and I realize I am being stupid, that brings me joy. Because I have logically thought out something, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's logical. That gives me a little bit of dopamine, right? But these other people, the emotional people, they don't really get as much joy from logical thinking. They get more joy from, I guess, yeah, I don't know if you can even call it joy, but I guess they just get joy from joy, like being right or doing something right. That's where they get joy from. So if they're wrong, they will just be unhappy. And they don't want to be unhappy, maybe, so they'll deny being wrong. And then you get fucking, yeah, basically shitty humans. I do believe that basically every shitty human gets born shitty. Or they get born in an environment where they could only come out shitty, basically. So essentially, I don't believe that there's this. I don't believe in punishment, basically. I believe you should. What we should try to do with problematic humans is put them in an environment where they can do the least damage. Or ideally, no damage. And where they might even thrive. Like, for example, if somebody is very into morbid stuff and might like kill a person, but you could give them a job inside a mortuary or like doing criminal investigations. Like then that's the solution you want to go for, of course. And if they're not stable enough for that kind of shit, throw them in a mental asylum where they will be treated humanely, but they just can't hurt anybody. Because if somebody gets born without emotions, should we then just like fucking punish them for that? That sounds stupid. Like, or if somebody gets born with like, I think you can get born with like an urge to kill people. I think that's possible. Or at least like the type of you get born with the type of personality that would easily develop into that. But it's a weird belief to have, to be honest, to not believe in punishment, because in like in every day-to-day life, I'm still also a human and I have emotions. So I also get angry and I want to punish people. Like that's just human nature. And it's also like a mechanism that's worked for a long time. Like before, nowadays we have the knowledge to like humanely treat people that are bad, but a long time of human history, there was just if a human being was shitty and like kept stealing or lying or whatever the fuck, the only thing you could really do is punish them and hope like they stop doing it or like just like put them in prison so they can't do it anymore. But yeah, if somebody like, if I play a multiplayer game and somebody fucks me over, I will fucking punish him. I will. I guess that's also very low stakes, so it's like I'm punishing him, but it's also kind of funny, so is it really punishment or is it just me having fun on his expense? Because well, he had fun on my expense when he trolled me, so maybe he didn't, I don't know. Which I'm really having this belief of not punishing people is kind of weird because I used to believe in eye for eye. That's what I used to believe like when I was younger. But like if you think just a bit more about it, you'll realize that people don't have free will. They just don't. So by punishing people that do bad shit, we're basically making a slightly making the entire world slightly more unhappy, even though the unhappy people are monsters. Still, you're not gaining anything for the world, right? The world's just slightly more unhappy. That's what's happening. I guess some people might get some satisfaction out of the punishment. Like also, it also works in every way basically because if like some murderer gets born a murderer or gets born in an environment where they can only become a murderer, and for people that do good shit, it's the same, right? Because I was born in a place where I can just choose to not study, choose to not work. I choose to fucking make games on my own. Why? Because I'm in a rich country. It's the only reason. So if I turn out successful, you cannot really say like he did it himself. The only thing you can really say is, well, he was born in an environment where he could even attempt it. That's the first thing. And then I was born in a way, or I grew up in a way where I love making this kind of shit. So of course I'm going to succeed, or at least, well, hopefully. Shit, it works both ways. Scheiße. I was not really paying much attention to the game, I have to admit. It was a good rant. And I love that recently I saw a video about, I think it was some neuroscientist talking about exactly this, where there's no free will and we should not punish people. And also not really like put people too much on a pedestal. Like if somebody is a great human, you should definitely like recognize that's a great human. That's fair and important. We shouldn't like godify people like oh, this human is so perfect or something. Because in the end, they are most likely just lucky. I don't know. There are a lot of people who will like interpret this philosophy of no free will in a very depressing way, where there's nothing you can do, but that's not how life feels, does it? Like, it still feels like you have free will, so you can have this philosophy and still be happy. Still feel like you are doing shit, because that's still how life feels, even when I think that. Anyway, the rent was like an hour, so let's do some fucking work. We're drawing a ghost ship. That's what we're doing. That is, I think, my final ship then. I kind of just want to copy the basic ship. And then just like add some extra sails, make it a bit more grandiose. Add some cool effect, done. Or they have cool effects, so that's easy. I saw the boat. Saw it. Yes. Look at these stairs, by the way. It's fucking art. I spent so much time putting those stairs in because I couldn't make them look like stairs at all. Like, it was just fucking impossible somehow. I feel like they look somewhat decent now. Still looks weird. Where are we? Yes. I just well. Okay, it's a little bit like a little bit fucky. It's fine. Okay, I think we just copy this a few times now and then kind of just done. I hope. I'm just not sure if I want to like do a triple. Oh, maybe a triple. I think at least one of these top ones needs to be like more. I think this one as well. Honestly, all of them look way too fucking squished. I think now we squished just the entire thing a bit. So we can fit like multiple of these. Maybe I should like Google real quick how a frigate actually looks. In my mind, they have like 3 sails in the center, and then maybe 2 more, and then 2 more on the back, or like 1 on the back. I don't know. Straight up 3 sails, 3 sails, and then like some random sails to like do steering, I guess. No, wait, every sail is steering. I don't fucking know. But they don't all have 3 sails though. Oh, it is like 3, 2, 2. 3. Well, there are honestly lots of different kinds. This one is 3, 3. And also 3, but this is a smaller one. When we have a lot of random sales, just look at this. Just look at this. I can explain it, but I can also show it. The fuck am I looking at? Okay, this. This thing is just covered in sales. Like, you see these triangular sales. There's also like 3 of them. There's also like sails connecting the 2 masts, it look like. This thing has to be like a speedboat almost. Without so many sails. Wait, this is Dutch. Or not? Looks like this is Dutch. Oh, this is hella Dutch. Holy shit. This is my ancestry. Looks sick though. Square rigged on all 3 masts. Full rigged. Or faster. Yeah, they look pretty fast. If you look at the amount of fucking sails on there. What the hell is square rigging exactly? I think it's when they put like start putting like a beam across the mast. I think previously you would have like an L shape and just have like a sail go between it. Like this. And when you do square rigging like this, you just get way more surface. And it probably also makes steering somewhat easier, I guess. I don't know for sure though. I'm curious now because square rigging is a research in civilization. Like, you don't realize that this kind of shit was not just. It was a invention back in the day. Probably like a pretty useful one. I should look at like Wikipedia. Well, that's cool, I guess. What did they do before? Like, that's what I wanted to know, honestly. Ah, I don't care anymore. Stopped caring just now. Damashtaba. 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 I feel like this shit needs to be turned around. Suddenly. It looks dumb anyway. This is what I was afraid of a little bit. It's weird how sometimes this technique works and sometimes it just looks so fucking stupid. The problem I have right now is it looks like this is at the bottom. I guess it makes sense to look like that because, well, this one should be smaller maybe. That looks fucked. I just made everything a bit smaller now. That's what I did. I mean, very maybe when I fill out the entire thing it looks good, but I doubt it. Yeah, I very much doubt it. Also, maybe if I like flatten it enough. Nah, I'm going to draw these sails top down. Well, I have one thing that might work. I feel like if this one were to be smaller, it kind of looks right. It's the biggest. This one then needs to be kind of like the almost the tiniest, I think. This looks kind of good now. Rotate. I think I figured it out. It was a bit of a struggle. I think I figured it out. I think to make it less repetitive, I will for the front one use only 2 sails. Basically like this. Name it 2 sail. I feel like this sail is a bit too wide. This is also kind of a solution where you kind of put them over each other, because that's kind of realistically how it would look like top down, right? Yeah, I think I'm going for that. I think that looks even better. It needs to be as big as possible. And the front sail may also be quite big. You copy this one once more for the back. Where exactly is the back sail located? So everything is a little bit more back. Like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now for the final touch. Ooh, do I go all out? Maybe I go all out. Definitely go a little bit out. I need more space. Let me get some more space. Expand upwards, please. Or what the hell? I guess you anchor to the bottom then, and then you increase the height by like 300 pixels or something. Yes, exactly. That's maybe a bit too much, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, we need a straight fucking line, please. put it below all the color. What is this layer? I love having these random empty layers in my files. I love them so much. I made it a little bit too long. Go for like this length. Very hard to make this look like. I'm trying to make it look like. Let me try a little bit of the little bit. Triangle. Rig. Triangular. It's a good way to shorten triangular, I guess. It's fine. Okay. Let me see. How would this look? Oh, this looks a bit weird. Let me first try to draw the shape of the sail I'm trying to make. Look at the side picture and I'm trying to visualize the top down and it's hard. It kind of look like this, I think. It comes into a point. It's a bit too big, maybe. They do connect to the main sail. They're kind of cool sails, but they might just kind of mess up the look a bit too much. I imagine it kind of goes like this. Then there's kind of like a little rope going to the bottom of the ship. And from here it pretty much looks like it curves. Fucked up this initial curve, I think. It's more like this. And from here it goes like this. This looks pretty accurate. Yeah, this looks pretty decent. Let me just erase this line in here because it doesn't exist. Oh, I'm fucking erasing with opacity. Outline. Ausklubben. I always make these typing errors in fucking Photoshop and I always leave them in because it's clear anyway. At least most of the time. It's a really bad typo, I will fix it, but like Outkluben, at least they're still out, which I only use out for outline basically, so it's just an outline. And I can kind of imagine this is the German pronunciation of outline, or the German version. Ausklubben. Maybe rotate it a little bit so it connects to the actual like thing. They have like multiple of these on top of each other. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I'm not sure if I'm even keeping this in, to be honest. Like this element is mostly cool in the side perspective, but in the top down it just looks a bit weird. See if I can still draw this cool detail like I did here. This shading is going to look way different, I already know it. Now I want these like crinkle lines. No, imagine like this sail has very little crinkles to it. Don't know why. It'll also be a bit of damage, I guess. Now there's this weird layer of gray smooshed on top of everything. I'm just kind of trying like do that, I guess. Something like that. Ausklube. Now, if I can copy paste this a few times and it starts looking good, I will keep it. But if it starts not looking better than it looks now, then I'll just delete everything. Uh, what the fuck happened? Ausgeschissen, was ist geboord. Been ausgeschissen. This sail now looks way too big if I put it all the way over there, so let's not do that. I kinda think it starts looking better. See, I can kind of rotate it in a way where it looks even better. This line is kind of fucked now though, because it's of course below. No weird how these things just connect. I don't think these cells are just recognizable enough like this. Just look fucking weird. Yeah, they just look fucking weird. Okay, delete. That would be a cool detail maybe, but no. From the sides it looks cool, but from top down it just looks super weird. And I think I should make the... That's one thing my friend told me to improve the base ship. And I think one thing I will improve is the mast. The mast is really non-existent. Like for example in real life, you would have like a pole here. Like this. And here you would have a mast, of course. Do I make the mast kind of look like this? Oh. I... Where it has so a little bit of side perspective as well. That's probably how I do it. The first iteration was kind of good, but whatever. My nose. It's not below. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. It's even worse. Please. Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm just drawing this in a straight line. It's working pretty well. I feel like this could be a little bit more big. Darker, please. Thank you. Some beautiful shading. Mustang beam. Needs to be... Yeah, this needs to be in a place. This needs to be part of like the sail anyway. Like this group. So this one goes on top. And this one goes like There, yes. Oh, bit down. Starting to understand what my friend meant with upgrade your base ship a little bit. I feel like this makes it look way nicer. Copy to this cell as well. And one in between, which in this case is way smaller. Then we just recopy it. Feel like I need a little bit more width. How the hell do I do this like an image? Canvas size. With 600 or something. I want to make these sails a bit bigger. Especially the center one. It needs to like extend quite a bit next to the ship, I feel. I feel like this could be a bit more. I do feel I should have done this first probably, but I should have done this separately. Or is it fine? I don't know if it's like for this one it's now way too fucking long. Why is it so long suddenly? Just do this, I guess. This looks better. Okay. It's just done. You should stop messing with it now. Alright. Let's move it to the center. I want the center to be more like the center of the ship, and the pole will not really count for anything. This is, by the way, a really nice ship to have because I can also use this for the player, but I can also use it for like the more dangerous enemy ships. So you have a smaller enemy ship and a bigger enemy ship type as well now. It's nice. And I also want a version where there's only the 3 sail. For the default player, I'm thinking. Like there. Both single better. Alright. I think that pretty much finalizes the shipbuilding part. Yeah. Water. I've completed the Katamari soundtrack. Time for some Donkey Kong Country. Let's skip this intro song. Simian Segway is the best. This is the dance you do when you listen to Simian Segu. Yeah, basically that. Simian Ragu. Simian Ragu. La 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 la. Oh, this song is great. It's one of the best songs in gaming, in my opinion. This is a song I want to wake up to every day. But like not as an alarm, because then I ruin it. If you have your alarm, then you wake up. Then the song starts playing. Why is that not invented yet? An alarm clock where it has an alarm that's supposed to be annoying. Well, yeah. That wakes you up. Then as soon as you wake up, it changes to a good tune. So you don't get this bad association with the good music, but you still wake up with good music. Hopefully. I don't know if it works, but I should invent this, shouldn't I? Maybe I should invent this. Because if Sibian Segway was my wake up music, I would straight up just dance in my underwear, just dance towards my closet, and then fucking while dancing, I would put on my pants. Should invent this. Why am I holding my pen? I'm supposed to do game developing stuff now. Like switching out the sprite with a better single boat. Oh no, don't touch the collider, please. I love that these weapon slots are kind of a nice indicator for how big my ship needs to be and where. Very useful. Just check the collider real quick, it's fine. Collider for the player should be a little bit smaller than the actual sprite. Oh my god, this song is also so good, holy fucking. How do they make bangers like this? My friend keeps sending me songs from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, but Donkey Kong Country just has way better music. Just a fact. Yes, enemy boats also got kind of fucked. This boat will be the ghost ship probably for the player to play as. So I will add the frigate. Oh, it's the right size instantly. What? How is that supposed to work? I don't know how that works. Rotate or like circular or some circular motion. Move circular. And this one gets some transparency. This one gets transparency as well. Then one gets blue, I think, and one gets purple, if I remember correctly. Like very pinkish purple. What will happen is it will do this. And it looks good. Radius 5 might be a lot, I don't know. If it means like position 5, then it's like this. So let's just assume it means this position, and then it should be like 1.5 maybe. That's like a max value. So let's try the max value and see if it's too much or perfection. Alright. Let's do some enemy ships now. For that we need prefabs, enemies, boats. First thing we do is just replace this with this. Oh. A little bit bigger. Yeah, now it looks exactly the same like the player. Let's go. So that should already fix like all the ships. At least shape wise. Not necessarily color wise. Okay, now we assign some other ship types, which is nice because like this boat type is very swamp boat and very it's supposed to be kind of smaller and not like an actual ship. Because it's in the swamp, right? It's an enemy in the swamp. So what I can do is just use the speedboat. Oh, it's called dinghy. Problem fixed. I also need to... maybe I still color it slightly, like... Because it's nice if the player also has this ship that... Not too confusing. What color can you make this where it doesn't look shit? Maybe orange? Can I see a ship like this being orange? Sure. I just remove the color in the end. I determined that I don't care too much about. Because the player is always in the center of the screen, right? So losing the player is kind of difficult already. I love sneezing. Why do streamers never sneeze? Or do they? Secretly sneeze. But there are streamers that just always, when they sneeze, they mute themselves and then sneeze off camera because they are insecure about their nose functionalities. My nose is itchy though suddenly. You can also replace a torpedo ship with the very cool torpedo boat. Okay, so what it is, it's a submarine. Where the fuck's the sprite? Why is it parented to this? Don't know. But it might be why I didn't have to resize the frigate for someone, because they were parented to something that already determines the scale correctly or something. Anyway, sub. It has like 2 weapons. I like making it green. I really like the highlights being green. Sure, it's fine. Let me just check orange real quick. Nah. Oh fuck. It's so nice that a lot of the enemies just fit also in the theme of some of these boats I just made for the player. Like the missile launcher is of course a battleship. Don't think I'll change the color of this because it doesn't really work, I think. We'll just change the rim. Don't like it. Battleship. Um, the mine layer can pretty much. This is not used. Okay, this is not used. Grape shooter. I make. No, I make the cannon ship the frigate. When we have a small version, it will be a small, just a regular boat. Sure, color it a little bit. We have this version, which has more cannons, so it will get. What's this? Fuck out of here. So we'll get the sprite frigate. Fuck it, we don't color this one. It's cool. Now all my boats are basically unique, including enemy boats. Okay, if you want to see the ghost shipping game, it's the only thing I'm not sure about. I am not news. I think what is this beach fucking synthesizer effect that all old games seem to use? Like it's in Dire Docks. Which is also in Donkey Kong a lot. Like this kind of very. What would you call it? Fuck, I forgot English. Never mind. Just look up Dire Dogs. It's basically the entire sound that makes it sound nostalgic. What I'm talking about. It's like a flute, but they put a lot of reverb on it. That's what I was trying to. Reverb is the word I was looking for. Like a beach sounding flute with a lot of reverb. It's great. I want it. I think I will use it in one of the songs for this game. Just fits so well with water themes. That's why they use it in Dire Dogs, and probably Donkey Kong also uses it for like a water level. Yep, Aquatic Ambience. It's a song they used it in. Cannot click on it. It's clearly done something already. Lock this. Why is it not animating? I think just game is paused and I coded everything in update. Wait, maybe I was lying. Oh, look at that speed, baby. Now that's some speed. Okay, there's a few things I need to do. Bring the speed way down to like maybe 10. And we add a boolean to the script so we can use unscale time if we want to. I'm a frog actually. Never told it. I hate my body sometimes. Use unscaled time. Wait, this shit uses time.time. Fuck. Never use time.time. Well, almost never. Right. I think one thing I've really learned about programming games is that it's quite nice to just have scripts that you can just attach to random objects and then it just works. Like this move circular, I can attach it anywhere. Like if a certain object requires something different, largely it's coded into the script already, so I don't have to like, I can just still just attach it and click a boolean maybe if I need to and then it works. And if you ever need to access that script, then you do that from like the specific enemy or building or whatever the fuck you put it on. I think I put sometimes a bit too much into like the enemy script, for example. Enemy script. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're looking at the ghost ship. Just going. And it's not opacite. Opacite. It's not translucent at all. That's a bit of an issue. At least the top layer needs to be translucent. But how did that change? I'm pretty sure I just did that. Still that. What the? What? Like in here you can also see it. If I like overlap them. Yeah, you can see it through each other. That's weird. Anyway, this was radius too big. You think I could just halve the radius even? Speed. I guess you could also still halve the speed and it would still be fine, especially with a smaller radius. I need to see what's causing issues. I'm guessing I have something that's trying to also change the color of the sprite. But it changed both colors, that's weird. It should never change both sprites. It should then only change like one sprite, which is the main sprite, which is also used for like to blink red when you get hit. That's the one that should be fucked, if that's the case. So it did in the shop. The shop it's still fine. Except it's offset, because I forgot to put it back. I know the problem. In boat select, the boat gets grayed out if it's not available. But if it's available, it gets not grayed out, which means it becomes fully opaque. No matter if that's not how I want it. Like, it doesn't remember the original opacity, it just overrides it completely. It's kind of annoying because this ship is somewhat opaque on its own. So the technique of like determining what is available for the player doesn't really work if one of the ships is opaque by default. I guess if you like gray it out and make it opaque. Why am I here? I need to be here. Oh. I think graying out ships in general, like making them gray, is pretty good in general. Scene prefab. I haven't used a scene prefab in a while now. Spent like weeks working in the scene prefab, and now I'm spending like weeks just not working anywhere really, just editing existing prefabs. So we're changing the way this shit gets grayed out. So let's click on it. Nice. Both option is the thing we change. Then there's a button. Button. This button has some options. Normal color. Disabled color is now just this. Which not even visible for a lot of ships, this color of gray. Yeah, I don't see it happening here, so. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, this is not the thing that's causing the tint? Oh yeah, because the player usually consists of multiple sprites. I usually just what I do is I iterate over the entire object, look for all the sprites, and then do it. So it's not happening with this. But this is not only with that. Ah, there it is. I saw it. This has nothing to do with the button. The button is not controlling this at all. You can see the unlocked alpha and the locked alpha. Let's change it to color. Remove the range. Color. Color. Locked school. Locked school. I don't need a temp color anymore. I will kind of keep it. Because I in the future decide, oh, it needs to be alpha anyway. I'll keep this method as well. Not using anymore since it's just color now. Okay. Public void recolor. New goal. This for each loop is how I get all the sprite renderers. Oh, this also this get component in children. Then I can just directly set the color now. Makes the method quite small suddenly. This might be the best way to do it anyway, because now I can just, if I only want it to be alpha. Yeah, wait. I don't need this anymore. If I only want the alpha to change, I can just, in the color, change only the alpha. So, I don't know why I was doing it dumb like this in the first place. I need an OG color though. Yeah. Oh, this is annoying. It's more annoying than I thought. I guess what we do is this becomes an array of unlocked colors. Or OG colors is what I'll call it. And then I guess I'll just put it in here manually. This is really not that big code, so I can just put it in, I think, without caring too much. Why this is still here. Okay. And now we just need to save the OG colors whenever we recolor objects. So first OG colors equals new color array with length renders dot length. I think I need to do plus plus I. Oh shit. Plus plus x. Oh, so this I'm doing it fine. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm doing it right, so I'm smart. I should recognize that I'm smart for once. Equals render dot color. So we saved the OG color, we replaced with a new color. And then whenever we here we get the OG colors, we reassign them to the. I do hope it always gets these renderers in the same order, or this won't work. But I think it does. I think it just goes from like parent to the first child, and then it checks all that shit, and then there's an order to it, I'm sure. Otherwise, it would be like so shit. Actually, be quite shit. Anyway. No, I just realized you only ever unlock boats outside of the scene where you choose them. So, do I even need to like have something for? I don't even need this. Either it makes them black or it keeps them how they are. So this code should just really do nothing, I think. Let me just comment it out. If in the shop it would also work the same, then it would be a problem because that's where you unlock the actual items. In the shop I do it way differently. I don't make them black. I just make them fully visible with a price tag if it's not bought yet. And I think I should turn the price tags into actual price tags. Loading, loading. Not looking good. Not a big fan. Oh. Hey. Yeah, I have every ship unlocked, so this is not a great test. Fuck. Do I have to unlock every single ship already? Mm. This looks dumb, but it will get its own ability, which I can then make look like it's also ghostly, so... No weapons. I guess look a bit stupid. Could technically like write a script where it creates a duplicate of the main weapon sprite. It colors one purple and one blue, and one gets also move circular created and like set up automatically, but I don't know if it's worth the effort. I think we'll make the radius quite small for the effect. I think this effect looks better if you cannot really see how it's being done. And when you see it rotating like that, it's just so obvious. It's just two rotating sprites. Like one is rotating really. 0.4 will be the new. If I'm correct, it should look like this. I don't think I'm correct because I don't think it looked like this previously. Whatever. What the hell? Could also try like assign a blinking material and see if that makes it look cooler. It might just do. I like how the blink still gets mixed in with the blue below, so it just looks kind of weird. You'll also get this effect where there will be parts of the blink mixing into the blue and parts will be mixing into just the background of the level. Which just more things happening make it look more less understandable, but that's cooler for like something ghostly, right? You don't really see exactly what's happening, but you see like it's morphing and shifting and doing shit. I should really play the game so I can see how the enemy ships look. I'm really hyped for seeing that. Ah, yeah. Yeah, this really gives that shimmer effect where you see the blue, kind of more like an outline almost. I like it in the sails the most. In the sails you can really see like suddenly blue appears and then just disappears as soon as you see it. Does look a bit goofy. Maybe change this particle effect as well. The particle effect, it's not sailing in the ocean, right? Because it's a ghost ship, it's floating or like without touching the ocean, moving through it. So it shouldn't create any ocean effects. It should like create maybe some ghostly particles. I love doing shit like this where you're just have this thing and you're just kind of perfecting it. The effect could be a bit stronger though, the rotation. Particle systems. I was listening to some music and it sounded really ghostly. Well, I'm still listening to it. Okay, so we basically take this. You say particle. It's not piss anymore. Particle is like something weird. Maybe this one. I want the material that I used for like trippy. It's just called trippy. I think it's too short-lived to really see the trippiness. Or like the base color is fucking it up somehow. Oh, that's space. I think this is a good candidate though for like ghostly effects. This is kind of like blues and purples mixed in. Nice. More of a bluish purple. Oh, why does it need to load so much every time I do this? Wait, fuck, I'm stupid. This changes it for every single ship. That's what I've just done. Let's reset everything. Oh, that was everything. What we need to do is select all of them. Go to renderer. Change it to space. Go to start color, change it to bluish purple. And let's make it random a little bit. I do love that this is an option where I can like select multiple objects and then change similar properties. Although my PC is struggling a little bit. Just applying all these changes 3 times. Oh shit, I left it on. I should have turned it off. Oh well. Oops. Gronkoil. Holy shit, loading times are so fucking long suddenly. Really just my PC running out of RAM because I have Photoshop open with still a lot of shit, which I should have closed a long time ago. And I'm streaming. Oh yeah, that's nice. Could be like a little bit darker, but it's still fine. I think it might be cool that it's like more lighter color. Oh, that's nice. That sure as hell is nice. I keep getting this problem where things randomly appear in front of this fucking menu. I'm getting sick of fucking fixing it. I should replace all of these for this ship. Just straight up with these. Because on ice it shouldn't change, right? Righty. Alrighty, baby. Um, Anything else? think not. At least not exactly at this moment. Yeah, I've pretty much done everything about ships right now. Should feel better, I feel, but feel more kind of lost now. Like, what do I do now? Finishing things, when you get long into game development, at a certain point, finishing things stops feeling good and it starts feeling like, shit, now I need to find something new to do. But I guess then you like think and then you're like, oh wait, this cool thing I can do, and then you start doing something fun again, and then everything is back to good. But I'm taking a break now. We've been streaming for 2 hours exactly, which is exactly when I want to take breaks. So goodbye. Why is there a hole or my balls? Okay. Oh, why the fuck? I think I should stream more in the evening. I don't know. When I was streaming in the evening, predominantly, I got way more viewers, I feel. When I stream it during the entire day, there's nobody. Mm. Mm. This is very nice. Um, Egg, like with the center part intact. Nice and gooey. And then put a bunch of ketchup on there. Um, Very good egg. Never had an intact egg center part. I don't know what it's called. I forgot. If you've never had it with the center intact, do it. What's it called? It's called like a mirror. It's called a mirror egg. My language, but don't think it translates. Um, It's just called a fried egg in English. What the fuck? Why is it just called a fried egg? You don't even fry it. You fucking. You kind of fry it, to be honest. Because if you do want to do it good, you put in a lot of oil. Then you get this really crispy edge. That's why they call it fried, I'm guessing. We call it mirror egg because the white part kind of becomes a mirror, I guess. Fried egg. So if I Google fried egg, I should get only like this type. Yes, I do. Okay. How do you call a regular egg then? Is it baked egg, I guess? Yeah, I guess. I think. Maybe. Or I think you maybe just call it an omelette. A lot of people call like a scrambled egg and then baked, call it an omelette. Should, I should make more different egg types because there's so much you can do with an egg. But I always just go for the basic ass fucking fried egg. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at pictures of fried eggs right now. They're all very fried. That's what I can say for sure. But I kind of need to figure out what I'm making right now because I don't know. I don't know what I'm making right now. Raid, sure. Is the single man raid? Oh my god, there's actual people. Holy shit, there's actual people. Oh my god, there's people. Oh no, I don't not be autistic now. Oh fuck. Oh, I can just play my game. Wait, I know. I know what to do. Play my fucking game. I was wondering if I was ever going to get raided, but apparently I do. Happening right now. Let's go. So, my game is really quite simple. You just choose a boat. What boat do I like? Uh, just go regular. It's the most casual experience. Choose a weapon. Like the cannon is very basic as well. Who the hell sent you guys to me? Is it like, is he also like game developer, YouTube streamer, something like that? But or is he a random gamer guy? Anyway, very simple. We kill the enemy. Enemy drop gold. We pick up gold. We win. Well, not we win. We level up. Then we win. Yes, yes. Game is almost done, by the way. So if you want to test for the game, I'm looking to do a big test soon, where basically you people can play the game. Holy shit, it's... You know, normally Twitch is like super dead for me. and there's like only people on YouTube watching. Now suddenly like Twitch is a thing I can like look at and there's shit happening. It's also dying out very fast, I'm seeing, but hey, what can you do? Not everyone likes the content. But yeah, you just upgrade your ship and there's 4 weapon slots. And it's very important to like choose the right location for a weapon. Let's see. Bullets is just very OP. We need more bullets. So yeah, I've been working on this game for I think just about 2 years now, or maybe barely 2 years. I don't know. I don't know exactly. It's a bit weird because before this game I was making a different game. It's already out. It's called Big Bongo. You can find it on itch and everywhere basically. Basically just find it on the street randomly if you look hard enough. But after that game, I just instantly jumped into making this game without really planning anything really. I just thought of this game and I was like, yeah, we're making this just right now. And I started making a prototype, which is basically this, but with like no art and like just nothing. You can like you had a ship and you could equip a weapon, which there was one of at the time. And you could upgrade your weapon. That was all I had for the prototype. But now it's an actual game. It will get more interesting later in the level, I can tell you. Why is chat pausing? Fuck. I'm very new to streaming it, I will have to say. Like, I'm most familiar with YouTube. Like, in YouTube I know kind of how to like start a poll, for example. Shit like that. On Twitch it's just kind of magic to me at the moment. Fire rate's always nice. So the buff fire rate I just picked, it gets put in the top left here. And there you have 4 limited slots, so you can get 4 of those. And they buff your entire ship, so every single weapon now has 10% more fire rate. So the goal will kind of be to match these with your weapons. That's basically the basics of making a good ship. Oh, this is a good enemy. This is a very good enemy. Behold. It's a Jesus Goose. Look at him. Look at him. This was such a fucking trip making this guy. It was like... At first I just wanted like a chicken laying on like a plank or something, and then there was like a hammer smacking the chicken, and then the chicken would shoot out eggs. But then I was like, wait, can also just make it fucking Jesus. Just fucking happened. It was great. It was a great day that day. Oh boy. Oh boy, I need to start paying a little bit of attention. But yeah, I'm also really quite new to game development still. Because I have been working on the games now for I think. So my previous game took like 4 or 5 years, but it was my first game ever, so it was a big learning experience. Yeah, it took like 4 or 5 years. And this game has been taking like 2 years, so it's like 7 years of experience maybe. With some gaps in between because, well, I also need breaks and holidays and shit. And I'm just lazy sometimes. Or I smoke a little bit too much weed. But that's a different story. Oh, oh. Like I'm going to die because now I feel like I need to say something and then I start thinking about what do I say next? Meanwhile, I'm just getting fucking gangbanged by fish. Oh, I'm dying so hard. Bullets, 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 bullets. Pro tip: if you ever play this, always take the bullets. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm doing it. Holy shit! That was close. What the fuck? I did not see that ship. Did you guys see my HP go to basically 0 for a second? It was fuck. It gave me a heart attack. Oh boy. So yeah, the first like 3 waves are basically kind of tutorial code. I'm guessing you mean like what code did I use? Like I made it in C sharp, which is standard for Unity. And I did everything, by the way. There's like no assets I buy or something. I don't like buying assets. So like I just love making everything way too much. Now you get a good zoom on the biblically accurate goose. It was really fun to draw, I have to admit. Like making this entire guy was a lot of fun. More bullets. So yeah, I was saying, I'm giving a tour of the code. Okay, well, there's a lot of fucking code. I don't know, what are you interested in? You want to see like some cool mechanic or some, I don't know. I know what's interesting about code. Personally, I would never watch someone for coding or something like that. I think that's just me. At least in my mind, like people would watch me for like gameplay and art. Maybe I'm like misunderstanding what people actually care about. What were you last implementing? It's the ships. That code, oh, the last code I worked on is so fucked. I don't even don't even want to show it. It's like painful and confusing. Guess I could show some boss code maybe. I have to warn you though, if you are a coder yourself, my code is probably in your opinion very shit. Because I taught myself how to code, and when you teach yourself how to code, a lot of these conventions that people use, they just kind of fly over my head. Like I don't care about them. The only conventions I use is the ones where I can see, like directly see the usefulness to me. And now I'm dead. Okay. You think that at this point I would be quite good at my own game, but no. Still just dying at wave 6. There's 20 waves in total, by the way. Discussing the approach is what's fun. I can kind of see that, yeah. Where you're just kind of coding together almost. Figuring out what's just super smart and shit. That's what's fun about coding, is like finding this super cool trick where it's suddenly very easy to do something, or yeah, stuff like that. Could also like maybe code something new. A lot of this code is really boring though. It's like shop code. What's some cool code? It's just equipping shit and disabling and enabling objects. It's the most boring. Because I have this ability where the player ship dives below the water, and for a little while you cannot be damaged. And I do a lot of these time-based things with coroutines because it's just very compact and nice. But I have this base ability class. This is not optimal code. I already know that. There's this doability method that I can then override with a specific, for each specific ability, which basically just starts this thing. And here we have this timer. Then we lerp the scale of the player down, so the player shrinks, which represents the sinking to them boats. Oh, we have Lepo in the chat. We have an actual Lepo in the chat. This is also just a lot of like just enabling, disabling objects and shrinking shit like that. There's one unique part about this code though, and I need to also deactivate all weapons when I submerge. So I have this little code where I look for all the weapons. I deactivate them. There was this one weapon I had a lot of trouble with it. It's let me show some things as well. It's the anchor. The anchor is this basically wrecking ball on a string. And it's physics based, I'll show you now. This is probably some of the more interesting code, honestly, to show off. It's this cool physics based anchor. The rope attached. You can swing it. And I think it's really cool. Really unique weapon. The way you build for this weapon is also kind of unique, but because normally it's just like, okay, this weapon has shoots explosives, so I want to upgrade the area of the explosives, right? But for this, it's like, okay, I'm swinging this fucking thing, so maybe I get some movement speed so I can swing it harder. Because if you notice, the harder I swing it, the more damage it starts doing. So if I can get a good swing. Yeah. Now it does 10 damage instead of the basic 8. It's a really cool weapon, basically. And I was saying something and I forgot. So, oh yeah. So when you dive, I disable all weapons. But the anchor is kind of weird in that it's not shooting anything. So I cannot just say stop shooting. I need to say stop existing. Which was very problematic. If you've ever worked with physics, you probably know that physics tends to break on itself real quick. So yeah, it broke like 16 times. But yeah, physics glitches are the most fun though. They're the most fun to watch, that's for sure. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not going to play this level again. Let me show something different. I also kind of want to show how I built the rope. Because the rope is kind of interesting how it's built. Chain builder. So I wanted to also generalize having physics chains. So I made a chain builder object, which you can call build chain, and it will basically just instantiate a link object, which is like the basically a chain link that you have in an actual chain in real life as well. And it just starts kind of attaching the components, the component called, I don't know what component is called. Some kind of joint. But I also wanted like some stats to be changeable, right? So you can change the elasticity, for example. So for that I have this, I think what's called delegate. I have this delegate where you can create a set method for each chain link. And then you can call on all links, you can call this method to call that method on every chain link. To change like the mass, for example. If you want to change the mass, or you want to change the drag value, you can also do that. Yes, you're correct. Only fixed update. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can do it in update probably, but it will not look correct. Yeah, it's not even that complex. I just think it's interesting that for a physics chain, you suddenly need to like figure out how to like edit every single part of the chain. Pretty sure you can also specify like size or shit like that. Yeah. Specify the link count and the scale. I don't know what the scale does. Ah, whatever. Let me show another level. Let me show the shop first. Shop is cool. Welcome in the shop. You can click on shit and see some stats. And just yesterday I made all these ships art. Or yesterday and today, really. Enumerator one. How would an enumerator approach work? Like, I have no clue what it even means. I'm all for learning. It's probably one of my biggest drawbacks of like making games on your own is you don't have this second person that's shouting in your ear that you're doing everything wrong, basically. Which can be quite nice. Well, I have that person. He's called Lepo. Uh, there he is. I was wondering. And basically, you can also buy stuff. So this is a price, which means it's not bought yet. So buy that, and now it's yours. You can also buy gadgets, but gadgets don't exist anymore. So I should probably delete that. You can see some stats. This means the speed and this means the health, but the icons are... You only understand the icons if you've played a few rounds. It's just quite nice to see the stats. I also wanted to make it so there's like an upgrade button for the stats. So you could buy an upgrade for like 10 gold maybe, and then you get one more bar. That's kind of the idea. Delegates are slow. Yeah, I don't care. This is something that happens like once every time you upgrade, I think. And when you upgrade, the game is paused anyway, so it's slow then. I don't really care. Now let's do the swamp. The swamp is the best looking level in my opinion. Hmm. Should probably look into the enumerator shit. Because although I use enumerable for like coroutines, I have no clue what it means exactly. Like I just know that I can use it. That's all I know. Let's go with this ship now. Now I can also show the dive ability. And let's do a grape shot on the front. Why not? Oh shit, the dive ability is kind of unbalanced because the recharge time is very low now. For testing. I can dive and then I can just not care about anything. But you can see if there's like a physics object attached to the player ship, which is the case for the anchor. That if you suddenly shrink the player, the physics object can kind of glitch out in a lot of ways. Which is exactly what happened. Like it glitched out in like 10 different ways. So what I eventually started doing, just disconnecting the physics object first and then shrinking the player. And then I would just disable all the sprites for the anchor. So the anchor is still existing, still just doing its physics things. But you just can't see it happening, and the collider is also disabled, so it's not damaging enemies. Which was well, yeah, it's really the only solution that was kind of doable. So, upgrades. Let's take the dolphin, I just bought it. To be honest, I'm not really the kind of person that really cares a lot about like these kind of small coding details. Like it can be a little bit better, but uh, like if you do it like this, it's a little bit faster, or it's a little bit easier to read. But I just don't really care about shit like that, to be honest. Like if the difference between the two solutions is like a lot of extra time saved or a lot of extra readability, then you got my attention. That's for sure. Souls. Some souls. One. Yeah, I kind of have the philosophy of if it works, it works. Yes. I'm now realizing that there's all sorts of sorting issues. That's fine. You will never escape the sorting issues. Don't know why I'm even diving. Guess diving is also quite nice for collecting XP, where you normally couldn't. Oh boy. Yeah, I also make sorting. I mean the sprite sorting. So the plants, like these trees, should be in front of the player probably, but it's not. And the souls, it should be in front of this goo. Because if I am now in the goo, I can just not see my souls at all, but it's still existing, of course. It's a little bit of a problem. Yeah, sorting issues are the worst because the way sorting works in Unity, you have a number, which higher number means it goes in front of lower number, basically. But it's very easy to like. There's no real oversight. There's just all these objects have their own number, and it's very easy to like lose any sense of what is what. So I think I'll soon be for my next game I will be using a different way of sorting, which is where you sort in the z-axis. So you just physically move the sprite to the front if you want it to be in front. The nice part about that is you can like go in 3D mode and look at it from the side, and you can see like the actual difference, which makes it just visible what the actual sorting order is, which is very nice. I do have my layers wrong indeed. Fight the plane, why not? I wanted to say something else, but remembering is hard. Yeah, that's true. If your game is like just, just well, it can be top down doesn't really matter, but if you have 3D in your game, even if it's like 2D but it's like 3D rendered, then it doesn't. Well, then it still works because 3D objects are also sorted like that, so it just works. Why would it not work if it's not top down? Got the money. Mm-mm. More plain. Mm. There's also a boss fight in every level, but uh, I will have to reach the boss, which is the hardest part. Especially when I'm also trying to talk about shit. But the souls is really strong at this part of the level, so hopefully I can make enough money. Sprites may not align with their hitbox. Don't think 2D physics even cares about the z-axis for like doing any collision checks or doing any physics. I think it completely ignores the z-axis, so would still work. Not entirely sure about that, but that's what I think. Ooh la la, damage. I know what you mean. You mean that you move. I don't know what you mean. Do, 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 do. But yeah, it's kind of crazy in game development how you can spend like you can easily spend 10, 15 years making games and still like don't know about like 25% of stuff. Like somebody recently told me that Unity has a debug mode. Like I didn't know about a debug mode. Yeah, it's the classic thing in programming where there's just a million ways to do something. Same in game development, there's a million ways to do something, so even though you might have done something like a few times already, there's still like shit to learn about other ways to do it, or yeah, basically that. What do we take? Projectile speed is nice, especially because I have the grape shot on the front. Now it actually kind of projects the bullets forward instead of me just being faster than the bullets. Starting to get a bit laggy. I think, yeah, I have this problem where this zooms in way too much. This island, it spawns plants around the island, but this island has like a million billion fucking plants, which is not supposed to happen. And I think that's the cause of the lag. I think if I move out of this area, it will get better at least. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Unity does not like spawning a million billion plants on top of each other. Good to know. And more sorting issues, don't worry. Fucking hell. Thought I fixed all of those, but apparently not. Yeah, I need to get this treasure. Ooh, what a bullet. Oh boy. These guys can be really oppressive. But I can do this. But I cannot interact with anything while doing this, so I just fuck myself without any reason. Do it again. So, yes. Uh, Easy game. Did not almost die just now. Maybe I should make it so you can still interact with health. I feel like every single player is going to at least try getting health while diving inside a group of enemies, and then they are going to die because of that. Because they don't get the health, basically. Do you sort them? What is it, them? Just everything, how do I sort them? Yeah, there's basically just a number and some layers. So if I assign a layer like ocean, the ocean layer is just always below enemies, is always below player. That's one sorting thing. And then there's also a specific number, which is the sorting order. This number determines how it's sorted within the layer. So yeah, then I just have some layers like ocean, enemies, player, bullets. I think there's even one below ocean. I don't know. And for the enemies also, I have this script where it keeps track of the Y position of the enemy on the screen. Because of course the higher enemies need to be rendered below the lower enemies. If that makes any sense. It sounds very weird to say it like that. Not below, it needs to be rendered behind. What the fuck am I saying? Duration. Yeah, that's one problem I didn't really see coming for some reason. I was like, just didn't see it coming. That wait, I actually have to manage the sorting. It's called ID. Sorting number. I need to manage that in runtime. At least for the enemies. Like I'm going to die soon. Although I can kill these mosquitoes really consistently. It's the hardest part is if you are at this part but you cannot kill the mosquitoes consistently. Then you're fucked because the turtles you can never kill them consistently because they just hide in their shell for a little bit. So you need to be able to kill the mosquitoes at least. And not add more layers. I'm not sure if there's a limit for sorting layers, but I think there was a limit. And also, sometimes you just don't need more layers, and it's better to just use a number. Maybe though I should make a new layer for like. Well, most problems I'm having is with UI, because UI sorting and sprite sorting are just two completely different systems. They don't interact with each other. Well, they kind of interact, but you need to make them interact. They don't do it on their own. So the way UI sorts itself is by oh fuck. Is by oh fuck. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. No, UI sorts itself by hierarchy, so oh my, I need to focus now, sorry, I need to actually pay attention for a little bit. The inflatables are coming for my life. Let me get some water. Throat's getting dry. Oops. I hope it was not too loud. So anyway, the UI is basically the higher you put an object in the hierarchy. So you have this list of all your game objects, and object that's higher in that list will always be in front. Which I am very confused why they did it like that. Like, you have this system where you can assign layers and numbers to like tell things where they need to render, and then suddenly you have this UI where it's like, where do you place it matters. Why two different systems for the same, exactly the same thing? I don't get it. Annoying. But anyway, let's get some upgrade. This is all kind of shit. But area is kind of good with the dolphin and the sauce, so let's go. Oh boy. But these frogs are the first wave where you can kind of get surrounded in a way where it's kind of a DPS check. All the previous waves, if you have enough skill, you can just kind of survive it with movement. At this point, it starts becoming more and more of a DPS check. Which doesn't mean there's no skill involved. There's still a lot of choices you need to make. And like those rubber boats. Oh, there's a secret trader. Let's go. I can reach him. I will not be faster than him. Especially in the goo. And I always like putting in waves like this where these guys are always difficult. They are kind of not even really meant to be killed. It's more meant as a wave where suddenly, even if you are very strong, you still need to dodge them. So if you become OP early, you don't just sit in your ass for the rest of the 20 minutes. Which is how long one run takes. I need to touch this guy, but he's not really the finish. I should finish this guy probably next because he's just running away from me now. He doesn't want me. Get this yellow. Oh yes, I fucked it up previous time I tried to get it. Nice, you can get it now. Because this is a new mechanic. And this is basically just like artifacts or like any item in Binding of Isaac works like this. You basically pick something cool, and I want to put a lot of lore in these. A lot of the lore will be here, and then there will also be some lore just in levels. But I don't know how exactly I'm going to do that. If I want to do it visual or like with text bubbles, or I was thinking some text bubbles because there's like one trader in the game, the one I was trying to chase. I was thinking of giving him some text bubbles. To make yourself immortal. I could do that with a boolean. JetBrains Rider. That's a name I've seen a lot, like just in random places, and I was always wondering, like, why do I keep seeing this everywhere? Probably like look into that. Anyway, the fire status effect sounds really good to me. So let's take it. Scared. So fucking scared. Stay away. Oh, these guys are the most scariest enemies in the game. Because they just suddenly start fucking sprinting at you. Well, not suddenly. If you do enough damage, they start sprinting at you. Which gives you some options for like tactically getting rid of them, but still quite difficult. Because you don't have a lot of control on where you deal damage. Especially with like the saws and dolphins and all these non-direct weapons. More dolphins though, sounds good. Hallelujah. Normally, you would also have a weapon on the back of your ship, which is very useful for these guys because they always chase you like this. But the submarine doesn't, so this is kind of uniquely difficult right now. we need to dive. I'm going to die. Ain't I? Luckily, my dive is pretty much infinite because it's still. I don't have a collider. Oh no. Fuck my life. The fun thing about that not having a collider is you can also go fast in this ghoul, which you normally cannot. I might just use this to cheat until I get to the boss, because the boss is the most interesting part of the level. Oh lol. Even warns you for the get components in an update. That's interesting. You have to show the trader. Yeah, I was trying, but I didn't have a collider at the moment. He showed up at the right place. I think I'll just make the trader just home in on the player. That's the best solution. Should be kind of hard to like miss him. Oh, why does he have a giant missile launcher on his face? That's not supposed to be there. Giant fucking missile launcher. Let's go. Boy. If you still know what's going on, then I respect you. I'm not sure what's going on entirely. It's a bit of a shame that half of his face is now blocked by this weapon. Wait, I can fix this in real time. Seen. Oh, hello. This is also cool, by the way. You can see the entire level still existing. Just everything. Now we know if you go to the right, we get a bunch of health. Anyway. Well, let's just give me your face. It's fine. Let me just disable this real quick. Aha. This one as well. Aha. There we go. There's so much happening still. At least you can see his face and it's not super distracting with a huge ass missile launcher. Oh no, he's doing the suck. He's doing the suck. Oh no. I survived the suck. Oh shit, I'm doing it. Without cheats this time. Yeah, maybe I should make this fight a little bit less chaotic. Because it's kind of nice to be able to just look at his attacks and like see what's happening. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the end. There's not much more after this anyway, so it's fine. Oh hey Christoph. You figured out where you need to be noticed. Yeah, I got raided like I don't know how long ago, like half an hour ago. I don't know, time goes fast when you're streaming, I swear. Like whenever I'm streaming every day, Because I do stream. Well, I don't stream in the weekends, but I stream every other day. And the week just goes by so fast. Like, most of the time, it's Friday, and I'm like, wait, what? It's Friday already? Like, now it's Thursday. It feels like it's Wednesday or Tuesday for me. When you stream, just everything goes so fast. My little bro wants to be a moderator. Um, well, how do I? I would do it if I knew how to. Don't really feel entirely like figuring this out on stream. What I feel like doing is fixing the trader so he doesn't run away from you. This is him. I think I have a boolean which is brain dead mode. Which is... Don't mind my inspector, by the way. Like, cleaning up my inspector, that's something I am still figuring out. Well, it's something for next game, let's say it like that. Keep distance is the boolean. Keep distance basically means it will try to stay within a certain distance from the player. And when it is within that distance from the player where it wants to be, it tries to aim its weapons at the player as well. If it's like too far, it will chase the player, and if it's too close, it will run away from the player. So we basically need to keep distance on, even though it looks weird, but it's not keep distance as in keep it at distance, it's keep the distance you want to be at. That's what it means. It's a stupid name now I think about it. There's the distance range, which needs to be 0, because I wanted to chase the player to the point where it's touching. I'm fine with you being a moderator on Twitch, but I don't feel like figuring it out now that there's people. Figure it out after the stream. Should honestly be figuring out more about Twitch, because I just kind of ignore Twitch at the moment. Because in Twitch, nobody finds you naturally. Like, nobody will find you except for like a raid like this. I guess that's the good thing about Twitch, the raids. The fuck are you saying? Wait, that's true though. But I'm a big sick streamer. A big goatee man. That's kind of like titties, but better. Why? Why is this method called Lepo Brain? And why is there nothing in there? I think I know why. There's nothing in Lepo's brain. But let's keep distance. Is what I need. So if the actual what the fuck? The actual distance of the ship with the players smaller than the X, it will flee. But the first value is like stay minimum distance from the player it tries to keep. So that should be 0, that's true. And then second value is the max distance it tries to keep. So this should also just be 0 and then it will always chase. Okay. Figured it out. We figured it out. A woman did raid me. Oh my god. I mean, that's kind of always true, isn't it? On Twitch at least. Every raid happens by a woman. Because in my experience, there's nothing else being watched. Now, I just hate how whenever I open Twitch, just the first thing is like big boobies. I hate how that's how Twitch works. It's just the first thing is always big boobies. Or maybe I'm just kind of like exposing how my brain works. That could also be possible, but hey, I'm a man, so don't judge me. But I guess if you compare it to YouTube, that is because on YouTube there's like we are long past the stage where on YouTube there's just only titties. There was a time in YouTube where there was only titties. It was the clickbait era of YouTube, where everything was clickbait, like everything. They fixed it. No, only Twitch needs to fix it as well, and then we are there. Anyway, I think it just works now. So let's see. Is there anything else I want to do before we start testing? I could fix his sorting issues, but it's really the most boring shit to watch. And also the most boring shit to do for me, so I'll do that another time. Not today, baby. Let me put some music back on for myself. Kind of. The raid made me forget about every single thing I normally do. Completely focus. I got a little bit at the rush, you know, when you suddenly realize that everyone is watching you. But it took like a few minutes and then I was just back to normal, I think. Rayman. I like listening to Rayman music when I work on my game. Oh no. Savage Banana Soup. That's a good ass name. Banana soup already makes me think like how what warm banana first of all. Could it be good? Is also one thing I'm thinking now. Could it be actually good banana soup? I don't know. How can you know? I guess we have to make it. I used to eat a lot of banana. What's it called in English? Banana, like porridge, like the. It's like fluid, but it's not fluid. It's you eat it with a spoon. Fuck. Custard? Is custard the right word? I don't know. But it was great. To the point where like people were giving it to me for my birthday. Let me make this trader a bit less uncommon before we test. Oh fuck, I need to reload the game. Soup. I like that soup. I'm not a soup person though. In fact, I kind of hate soup. there's one thing I hate the most, and it's putting chunks in fluids. Just don't fucking do it. You know, orange juice with like chunks in it. Get the fuck out of here. Soup is basically all the soup is chunks in fluid. So fuck that. Only soups I like is like the very creamy and thick soups that are more fluid like. What was it that I was doing something? Yes, I was souping all over the place. So I have this random event system. I have a bunch of random events. And basically want to increase the chance for this guy showing up so I can test it. But this is just a chance for each event to be chosen as the event that's happening. There's a separate chance for if an event is going to happen at all, which is somewhere. I think I just need to change this prefab I have. It's a prefab of an enemy wave. This is where I would configure an enemy wave. And this is also where I configure what I want the weather to be like. So I can set the rain level and the cloud level and shit like with this. Oh. Stop. But it also handles the random event chance for that wave. By changing the base prefab, it changes every single wave to be 100% chance. Which is very good. Very nice. Yeah, it's nice for example in the boss wave you might not want a random event to happen. So I can set the chance to 0 for the boss wave. You may also choose a different level now. So you have seen all the levels at the end of this stream, hopefully. Do we say ice or ghost? I would let you choose, but you people are too slow. Might be a delay as well. And you don't know what you're choosing anyway, so what was I doing? Testing the trader, okay. Could also show up this ship. Don't mind shit like this. This is the ability. But it doesn't have its own ability yet, so it uses the default. Which looks goofy as hell. Hey, trader. Messages on Discord. I'm busy right now. So this trader, I think is really cool. I wanted to add a trader that you could randomly encounter, right? But I didn't really have a currency to spend. Like you think, yeah, there's gold coins, but the gold coins get put directly into level ups. So you cannot really say like, we take a level away from the player now. It's not a thing you can do. And I was too lazy to code another currency. I was too lazy for that. So what did I do? What if you don't pay with a currency, but you pay with basically your soul? So you have to give something up in return for an artifact. And you can of course choose. Which is a really great solution for the problem, because I have to do less work. Well, it's still a lot of work to be honest, but it's more interesting anyway. Like, if you could pay with currency, it's kind of boring, in my opinion. But now you have to weigh your options. Think like, oh, my build is never gets hit or whatever, so I get no healing. Or I want to change some of these effects because a lot of them are not that interesting. For example, minus experience gain and -1 choice. Those are options you only ever take when you get them in the end game. Taking this in the early game is just stupid. So it's not super interesting, but still cool. Still very cool. So I could get like no healing. Let's go. And then this. Oh, fucking sorting, bro. I hate everything about sorting. This is great. This is amazing. Let's increase the spawn rate to make it even harder for myself. So level up. So this might freeze the game. I don't know. I think there was a bug with this. Should at the end of all of this open the shop back up. Oh, it fucking works. Holy shit. Damn. I'm so good at coding. Holy shit. Yeah, anyway, this is what I wanted to show you, and I don't know what to say now. Guess we could get a few more. Get some dangerous weather effects. Better ability, charge speed, and extra charge. And what I thought was also fun is that you can pick as many as you want, so you can kind of like try to reach the edge of your abilities, basically. If you think you're super good at the game, you can take the plus 50% game speed as well. I think this specific sorting issue is because this material I'm using is just kind of weird. I think this material, it only ever sorts with position. That's what I think is happening, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, we've gotten enough debuffs. Oh wait. Oh, this is a problem. Look how fast the game is now. Yes, this guy will never leave me alone for the rest of time. And he somehow froze time just now, so the rest of time will be a long time like this. Bugs. This is not really a bug, this is more of an oversight for me. How do I fix this? Don't even really know where I start looking. I guess we start looking at the ship. I think it's this script. Yep. So I already tell it that it cannot respawn anymore when it hits the player, but it also needs to stop chasing. So I could then just wait. To get an enemy boat. Big typo. What? Oh. Of course it's capitals, I'm stupid. Boom. Got to do it again. Very nice. Oh. Swear, without an IDE I would fucking die. I coded for a little bit without an IDE when I coded in C, and like, it was painful finding bugs. Like, you had to be a professional debugger if you wanted to do anything. Anyway, we're setting the something range, distance range, yes. We just set it to very high, which means it should always be fleeing. What the fuck am I doing? Starting to forget how to fucking code. Okay. Maybe you should also do something where it cannot even trigger anymore after this, because right now it can still like turn around and trigger the shop again, which is just annoying. So we do that by saying boat.collider.set active false. And now it's time to take a shit. Yeah. Well, sorting errors are really just because I just forget to do the sorting really. Like, most of the time I just forget to do the sorting for something. And then I just 10 years later I figure out, hey, this sorting is not done even, and then the painful process of finding what the fuck is even this little blob on my screen starts, and yeah, then I need to figure out like what sorting order does it actually need to have, which can also be somewhat complex sometimes. I know one thing I saw, it was what's it called? It is this effect which happens when a bullet hits an enemy. Don't know what it's called though, or where the fuck I put it. Could possibly in the weapons folder and then cannon. If I should search for particle system, I should also be able to find it if I named everything correctly. The fuck is Funky Plunk? What the hell is Funky Plunk? It's Funky Plunk, of course. Of course, it's Funky Plunk. Why didn't I know this? Does look cool though. We also have Funky. Does nothing. Okay. Very cool. We also have one called Golden Shower. I mean, this one just makes sense. Golden Shower. I love myself a golden shower. But I'm looking for something. Impact Splash, I think. Or not. No, this is for in the water. It happens when a projectile lands in the water and explodes. Yes, explosion. This is just the explosion. Fuck. Can't find it. Wait, I know how to find it. We go into cannon. Because I know the cannon bullet uses it. The cannon bullet. This should have some reference to it somewhere. Found it, I think. Yes. Look at it. Beautiful. I don't think I should be using this material. I think that's the problem. I think what happened, because I fixed this one before, but then I changed the way this material works. So that kind of breaks everything that's using this material. Well, not everything, but a lot. So you replace it with something like this, which is the same shape, but it's doing the sorting correctly. And then I think the actual sorting gets handled by this group, which puts it in bullets, which is fine. This should fix one of my issues. The other one I have is a bit more difficult. It's with the ghost ship, which is not called the ghost ship yet because I recently changed it. Okay. This effect was also glitching majorly. This because of the same material, probably. Well, I think this is the same material, but just a different variant of it. Which is annoying because this material I actually really need. Let me look at the material. Let me search. Working. Trippy space. This material I made myself using shader graph. I can quickly show what that looks like. Looks like a mess. Basically looks like this. So you have your texture, which I can basically use a sprite that is already on the object. But it uses one texture for shape and one texture it uses for the actual texture, which is a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird thing. But this does not help me figure out why it's not sorting correctly. I think because it's not a sprite. It's an inlet and it's not a sprite. Yeah. This one, it only uses position, I think, to figure out where it should render. Because that's how 3D objects get their sorting. It's just by position. Problem if the reason I made this a 3D object material is because it fixed a lot of problems I had. So what I'm going to do, I think, is just copy this entire thing and make a sprite version and assign it to this, I guess. Oh no, I know a better solution. Because position is the only thing that matters for this sorting. We can just move the UI to the front. Like, let me go in the right scene real quick. It's not a scene, it's a scene prefab. I have this prefab, scene prefab, and anything I change in this scene prefab, it will apply to every other scene, which is basically every level. So this is like the generic version of everything that needs to be in a level. And we find the UI, it's this. Is it this? This, okay, yes. This is animated, which could fuck something up, so I need to kind of check. Because the animation might change the Z position back to 0, which would be very annoying. I don't think it is changing any of that. No, doesn't look like it. So what we do, we add some Z. And if you go in the 3D cam now, this is basically what I was talking about. This UI it might work a bit different, I don't know. I can basically tell this, go a bit to the front. And now the benefit is I can just see where this is located in the sorting order. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Anyway. That should fix it, I think. Like now with this game, I've kind of halfway switched to the sorting by positioning it. Because it's just so much easier to use. And you can still make the layer system yourself. Because you might think, well, then you cannot have layers anymore, but you can just make an object and call it layer. Layer ocean, for example. And then move that entire layer around, and all the child objects will move with it. So you still have a layer if you do it like that. That is what I will be doing for my next game for sure. In fact, I think a lot of games do it like that. I remember vaguely watching this video about a 2D game being made. They also basically said we do everything by position, so you can easily see where's what. This is what I need. So this is a random event, which random event should probably be disabled for the first wave. Because, well, this is a very deadly. I also kind of forgot to make a system where it scales the enemy health. Because if I have a random event where I spawn enemies, the health needs to scale with the level the player is at. And I kind of just forgot to do that. Let me just cheat now. So we're not restarting. Weapons. It's a bit crowded, I have to say. Might have to figure something out in the future as well for like this weapon crowding that's happening. Wait, I'm stupid. The only thing I want to test is leveling up, so I can just... He's chasing me. What? What? The fuck? Come back. Where are you going? He's fleeing. I think I know what happened. That's annoying, but this is all I need to test. It's working, let's go. Very smart solution. Yeah, sometimes in your brain you're always thinking like, hey, this particle's clipping through my UI. I should fix this particle. That's what I was thinking. But in game development, quite often you need to think also the opposite way. Like, what if just the UI? What if the UI is clipping into the particle? Like, could just as well be true. So, why don't he fix the UI instead? There's a lot of times you have these. There's another one I had where there's this very smart solution I did. I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot about it. Probably not that cool then anyway. But what we do now? I think I'm just going to play my game. Hello. I'll just play my game for a while until dinner's ready. I feel like if I start something big now, well, I can fix the shit. Oh, he's back. I think if he just barely grazes you, he will enter the trigger and then start fleeing again. I don't know what's happening exactly. It's probably some script execution order. Like, well, his script goes first, so he already touches the player and determines, okay, I touched the player, I should retreat now. But at that point, the player script has not triggered yet. So, and if the touch is only 1 frame, that's I think when it happens. So yeah, basically that. Let's leave this. Why is it not resuming anymore? Why is it not resuming anymore? People. Fuck did I do? This keeps track of every UI that's supposed to pause the game. I have this counter. Every UI that pauses the game that's open increments this. If you then close the UI, it decrements this counter. So it's a very nice way to have like multiple UIs open and only resume the game once every single one is closed. But it's not resuming, and it has nothing to do with the counter, that's for sure, because it's 0. But did the game just crash? That's also, of course, also possible. Don't think so. Let me look at what this button does that I press to leave the shop. Leave button it calls. Calls it leave in this script. Could this be a problem that it deactivates itself first? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. This should just straight up handle it. Where it decrements the counter and then it checks. Does some other check to see if it needs to do something, and then it checks, is it 0? Then we stop edit, which means resume the game. This is some good ass code. Some good code, bro. Boolean is good. Oh wait, I'm not reading properly. It's pretty understandable if you read everything. This will call an animation, and the animation will actually resume the game, I think. Did it zoom out? That's a good clue. I don't remember. What the fuck is it? Why is there an anchor? I did not even equip an anchor. What the fuck? Oh, it's the grappling hook. Never mind. This is the grappling hook. It's not an anchor. Anyway, the game is working very well. As you can see. I'm getting a million errors. Okay, I need to fix shit. Should do a big bug fixing stream, maybe. Getting a billion errors. Like, look at this. Just look at it. Look at it. This is an unhealthy amount of errors. I know the explosion one. Well, I don't know it, but apparently that's the reason the explosions all look goofy. So that's good to know. The fuck? What if I know grapple hook? Grapple hook doesn't even work. Okay, it's completely broken. Very good. I don't know why I got so many more errors than normally. What? The only thing I changed was this, right? I just added this. Hmm. That's probably also why the leaving of the shop was glitching. Because there was just errors. Let me try and figure out where the errors start. That's usually a good way to figure it out. Hallelujah. Yeah. Yeah, I think dinner's ready like now. So it was very nice having all of you guys. I might just come back after dinner. Especially if some of you will return, then for sure. But yes, dinner time, baby.